Alright, but anyways. So today we're building the ZoomTKL DYNA. So they reached out to me and asked me to build it. Here is the box. It's a pretty fancy box. So it does come in a big one, and then the parts are just kind of all separate. But this is the box. We did do a fast unboxing yesterday, but I wanted to show you guys again. So for context, right? This board is basically after like the Ultraman dream. So we saw the Taiga or Tiga, I think it's Tiga, similar concept, but instead of being a 75, this is their TKL. So yeah, I have a product brief of all the details, but basically the TLDR that you guys will probably want to hear immediately is that there are 15 colorways and it has 4 mounting styles, 3 foam options. Okay, that's like the TLDR. The mounting styles are top mount, split O-ring mounting, elastic bar, silicone mount, bug, what the frick? Silica gel particle mounting. Okay, so I have 2 plates and I have 2 PCBs. Yeah, so it's modular, so you can have the turn knob and LED screen, but we'll just look at it. Yeah, here we go. So this group buy starts June 3rd, so pretty soon. So you guys are interested. I think Clackbait did his stream yesterday. I know I'm doing my stream today. Ooh, nice. This is just the... Oh, underneath. Okay, so I'm guessing for the packaging, they'll put the stabs here. Here's all like the mounting stuff. All right there. There's a nice white cable, yoink. And then the knob and... Oh, this is the... These 2 components are for the knob. Okay. Put this back. Hello, soundtrack. What's up? Hello, everyone. I went to the tea room and my god, it was the strangest experience. I don't know what's worse, tea snobs or coffee snobs. They're both so like pretentious in their own ways. Yeah, it's also kind of funny, like, listening to, like, oh, this is gonna sound mean. It's funny listening to white people, like, attempt to pronounce, like, Chinese or Taiwanese names. Yeah, I don't know. No. It was, like, actual good stuff, but I'll tell you guys more about it in a little bit. So we can, like... Yeah, we'll talk about it in a little bit. Yeah, I was definitely, you know, it's like, oh, you know, at least they're trying, so okay. I'll tell you guys about it after this, though. It was definitely something that I was like, yeah, I'd go once, but I don't think I'd ever go again, kind of deal. Alright, but yeah, so today we're building the ZoomTKL DYNA. So similar to the Tiga, it is also Ultraman inspired. So there's a couple of things that I immediately noticed, but F13 TKL, you do have a screen and a knob. It does look modular, so I guess if you don't want it, you can remove it and have keys instead. Uses pogo pin for the screen, but then uses a ribbon connector for, I guess, the main PCB. There's also these LEDs on the side right here. But yeah, so just in terms of layouts, right? So F13 TKL with these LED lights, the screen, the knob, right? So this is the F13 key. You do have this cherry lip right here. All the corners are rounded, right? And then you do have like the thin bezels on the side and then the thicker bezels on the top and bottom, but it does have like the nice cherry lip, right? Hello, Prezi. So this is one of the colorways out of 15, but this one is the sky blue. Blue. Yeah. So here's a side. So pretty simple-ish side profile, although you do see there is like this gap right here, but that's like, oh, so this is, there's a like a frosted PC piece right here. So I'm guessing the bottom, it will shine through, like the underglow will shine through and you can kind of see it here. It's also right here, but it's not as apparent on like the side, right? But here you can see like the cherry lip that I was talking about, but otherwise this side is very simple, right? You have the top piece over, or encompassing the bottom piece, right? So there's a clear distinction between the top and the bottom piece. And you could see the little nice little, there's like a nice little bezel right here too. And then here's the back. So similar to the Tiga, you can see it does have this almost like grid-like backing. But this one is interesting because while you have this part, you have the contrasting, you know, vertical part. So you have the diagonals, but then you have the verticals. So this is like, this reminds me of like the front of a car grill, right? But look, they've had these feet, right? Are they adhesive? So it looks like they are adhesive, but it says Bellatrix, right? So they've opted for the branding on the feet. So that's interesting, right? I mean, we've seen it before. So for example, like the hippo by Jackie, he had the long feet too, and that's where he had his branding. But Bellatrix branding, it's not actually engraved anywhere on the outer board. It's all going to be on the feet, right? And it's a design choice for sure. I mean, it's either seeing Bellatrix like maybe once versus like the 4 times, but since it's on the feet, you know, I don't think it's that big of a deal. So, but it's interesting that they put it there. So in terms of this weight, right, it is separated. It looks like this is a separate piece from the bottom piece. So you have the top that you can see. You have this like quote unquote bottom or middle piece, and then you have this piece right here, right, the blue accent. And it looks like this grill is either a separate piece or it's part of this like bottom piece, right? I need to deconstruct it or take it apart so we can see, but another thing to note is that the angle of the board, the slopes, right, they've opted to cut it out and add like, this is, looks like PC inserts, but I'm guessing this will help create like a really nice underglow effect that will shine through the board. Because when you have underglow, right, if you have a case that's not like transparent, typically you can kind of see it sometimes through like the top, but by doing this, this is like a very cool way to like incorporate it. And I like seeing boards that do this. So another board that comes to mind is an old KBD fan board, but what they did is they had the top piece, they had an acrylic piece, and then the bottom piece, right? And so they had underglow on the PCB, and the underglow would shine through the middle, right, through the acrylic piece, and it would just look really cool, right? It's just another neat way of incorporating like underglow and showing it through on the PCB with like an aluminum case, right? Oh, it kind of does, yeah, by cuts. Or it's like, you know, like the cars with like the accent pieces. But yeah, so you do have the 4 right here. And then because it's on where the board is angled up, it's not just going to be covered. Yeah, the KVD 75, yeah. So it's not just covered by, you know, the bottom of the board because it's on the angle part. You will see it, you know. This one probably won't be as visible because it's lower, but this one you should be able to see it. It does have what? A centered USB port. So right here. centered USB port, and here you can see a clear difference between like the top piece and the bottom piece. I think the KBD75 is a very nostalgic board for me because it's one of the first I built. And then here you have the bottom, right, or the front lip. So you can't see the bottom piece, so you only see the top piece, right? But yeah, that is the board. Let's take it apart real quick, but it does look like ball catch. Ball catch, bloop. Okay. So we can pick out this piece. KBD75 was one of my first commission pieces. So. Alright, so let's actually look at the bottom piece first. So looking at the bottom piece first, so we are talking about the, you know, the accent PC parts, and looks like it's actually screwed in. Each of the accent piece has 2 screws keeping it in, right, that you can see right here. You do have this like internal cover for like the battery, I'm assuming. Here you can see the ball catch mechanism. These look like for the mountings, right? I'm not sure which one is which. We'll figure out as we go, but there are like silicone pieces around the edges or on the 4 corners of the board. So this is to prevent any like rattle with the ball catch. So that is there. It looks like most of the mounting you're going to find here, but I'd have to look at the others to kind of see. Force brake, yes, it acts as a force brake and also as a, I don't want to say like anchor point, but you know, it prevents it from like rattling, whereas force brake is more so used to like prevent the metal on metal contact. Like this does do that, but it's also more so whenever you have the ball catch, there's like no screws keeping it in place. This prevents this from like rattling, right? It's similar concept. It's multi-purpose, I'd say. Leaf spring. So there's 4 mounting styles. There's top mount, there's split O-ring mounting, elastic bar silicone mounting, and silica gel particle mounting. I can kind of guess like which is which, but once we see the PCB, I'll be able to tell. But these are going to all be for, you know, like the different mountings. We can take this weight off to see, I guess if this piece is going to be separate. One thing to note is it's interesting they opted to go for like the pogo pin for the LED screen, but for the main component of the board, they went ribbon cable. So yeah. We eat the forbidden socko, no. Before we take this apart, we'll look at the top case, but here you can see the screen has 2 screws at first, and then this part is the rotor knob, and it looks like it's also removable. It has like the 2 screws, right? And then this is the pogo pin I was talking about. The LEDs on the top, it has like the 4 indicators. It's also with an acrylic piece with 2 screws keeping it in. These might be the top mount screws. I am not a fan of top mount screw or top mount on ball catch. It's interesting they opted to go for that option, but we'll see if it's just like normal top mount. I could be wrong, but we'll see. Could be wrong. This is just like an initial view. But yeah, let's take this apart. Okay, so with ball catch, right, you use the case as leverage, right, to open it. So this is ball catch, right, and you would push this off, right, so you can lift it. However, if it's top mount and it's on the top, you are now pushing against the PCB and you don't have anything to like push off against it, right? So you kind of just have to like finagle it in a way. So there are some boards that have taken the top mount and basically made it into a bottom mount to kind of get the same flat-ish feeling, and that way bottom mount makes it easier to disassemble, but we'll see. So far, I guess my first thoughts or my first impression is this board feels a little bit like outdated for what is on the market that we've seen. But maybe there's different things they've incorporated that I haven't noticed yet, but it almost seems like this was a project that they were trying, like they might have released earlier but didn't for whatever reason. And so releasing it now feels like a little outdated, right? So we'll see. Also, this tool is very interesting. This is like soft. this is so but yeah, this definitely feels a bit like outdated in terms of what we have seen recently. And I don't know if it was like a delay in production or if they just decided to full send it. There are going to be changes from the production unit, so before I say anything crazy, I will let you guys know. Okay, so the reason they didn't do the pogo is because they use an 8K PCB, and basically they're saying the ribbon cable ensures the stability of transmission, right? So cool. I moderately like the styling. Maybe sound will win me over. Yeah. So it's interesting because you have what I'd say their biggest competitor would be like QK. You see QK, and then you see Zoom or Mellatrix, and there is definitely a design language that they both kind of follow. You see, you know, Zoom currently is really going deep into like the Ultraman. It just says they use an 8K PCB. I'm not sure what 8K PCB is. I'll be quite honest with you guys. Hello, Justin. Oh. Oh. Eh? Oh, you can't remove it. Oh. Interesting. Ah. Oh yes. 8K polling rate. Yeah. It's ensuring a better gaming experience in FPS games. Ah. So this board uses both. It uses the pogo bin for the screen, and then it uses a ribbon cable for the PCB. And the weight on the back is actually not removable, which is interesting because with the Tiga, you could remove the back grill and you could like 3D print your own, but I guess they decided to scrap that, and basically I did not see a way to remove it. Perhaps it's underneath here. Maybe it's underneath the feet. I'm gonna go on a mission to find it. Hi Justin, how are you doing? Do you guys see the Gentle Monster Bratz collab? Gentle Monster and Bratz. Like the dolls, they had a collab. Gentle Monster, they are a Korean glasses brand. They've done like K-pop collabs, they've done Tekken. Yeah. 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 Okay, I'm gonna find if we can actually take this apart. Oh, I found it. Okay, this you can take the screw apart, but it's underneath the adhesive feeds. So I'm guessing they did it this way so that you don't like remove it. But okay, we found it. It's not on the internal, it's on the external, but you can remove this. Yeah. Also, I was reading their thing and it says that they have these lights. So if you're like midnight gamer, 4 a.m. gamer in low light, you know, you gotta turn the light off so you don't wake your girlfriend or your family members up. This basically glows. So that's cool. They're thinking about the gamers. Also, one thing to note is that this knob is using the new Kale Hot Swappable knob. Right? That's neat. Check it out. But yeah, that's the case deconstructed. You do have this battery weight cover with your 2 batteries. Uses the ribbon cable because it used the AK pulling PCB. Does use ball catch. And yeah. So you need to destroy the feet to clean under the grill. The grill is pretty screwed on there. But if you're trying to, yeah, if you're trying to clean this part, like this part, you would have to take these off. They're very sticky. Do you like it? Hello, Elvin. Okay. Let's look at the Kale Hot Swappable socket. That's what I'm kind of interested in. That caught my attention, but check this out. Today's dumpling day? Really? Oh, I should eat dumplings. Ayah. Whoa. Cool. Whoa. This is the new hot swappable knob. Whoa. Cool. And then this is the knob they gave me right here. So this would go like underneath. Whoop. And then let's look at these real quick. So they typically have these labeled. So here is top mounted, elastic bar mount, is silica gel, and split the O-ring. Okay, these are just like extras. So this is for the LED, if I remember correctly from the video, but oh no, this is for the screen. Yeah, sorry. This is for the screen, not the LED. My bad. But yeah, that's there. So this is like extra tool. Okay. But yeah, there's all the things we have. Okay, let me take a quick picture to be like, hey guys, we're building. So, actually, sorry, let me finish talking about it. But this one, so this is the split O-ring mount, right? So I can talk about where it goes. So this one is interesting, right? Because you have these 2 screws, and this would essentially, you'd have to screw these on, but they would act as a bar. Oh god, why are these so tight? Oh, wait, sorry. Not this one. This one. The split O-ring acts as a bar. Okay, so redo. So the split O-ring, this is something you would screw in on these two right here. So you would screw this in like so. Oh, boop. Like right there. It looks like for this one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 mounting points for that. So once you screw these in, you would then, you know, you can see right here, you would put the PCB in this, you would put this on the PCB and it would kind of hook onto here. That's taco spice mix. I don't know. I just make my own. And then next you have the silica gel. So this is what that would look like, right? And then this one just looks like it pops onto the plate, right? And then you have the top mount. These are just screws. Looks like for top mount, you also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 on the top. And then lastly, you have the elastic bar, and this is kind of like, so this is like a silicone cubby for the PCB, right? So it's looking like you would, I'm guessing the idea is that you would place it here, right? Or you would slide it onto the PCB. So these are like the gaskets and it would fit in there. So I'm guessing these are for the silica gel. And then these are for the split O-ring and the elastic bar. The split O-ring goes on the case, whereas the elastic bar goes on the PCB. And then the silica gel looks like it goes on the plate. And I'm assuming it's for these points right here, right? And the top mount goes on the top piece, so yeah. Cool. All right, now I'm ready to post on Instagram. Okay. Ouch. Need to respond to my cousin. ZoomTKL DYNA. Guys, I have to wake up early. Trick. You can just make your own Taco Bell seasoning. You can just buy it too, but you can also make it yourself. You can make something similar-ish. Why does that sound so weird? Shing shing bells? What? Okay, link. Shing shing bells, Batman smells. Poop. I need to post this on social media. Oy, social media. Social media. Not to know. DYNA on Twitch. Can I insert a link? How do I do this? God. I feel so boomer. Did they move it? Oh, no, I was just posting on TikTok. I don't do stories very often on TikTok. It's crazy because I post Instagram, X, Blue Sky, TikTok. Will you be doing a DK1 TKL build stream? Yes, I'm doing it tomorrow, actually. Yep. Tomorrow. Yep. Pretty excited for it. Okay, Zoom, TKL, DYNA. Are there apps that can cross post for you? There are, but you'd have to like set it all up prior. And I'm just lazy. What time do you usually stream? Tomorrow is going to be around 8 p.m. Central Time. Twitch. But if you miss the stream, I do upload like a hyperlapse VOD edit on my YouTube. So if you miss it, there's always that you can watch. I don't know who else is building it. It was actually Unikeys that reached out to me about it, so I don't know if they put like a list of streamers that will be building it, but they did reach out to me about it, so. ZoomTKL. Twitch.tv. Yeah, they are. Lightning, Scoop, Bar, and Alex. Scoop Bar streams or just YouTube? I thought Scoop Bar's primarily YouTube, right? Oh my god, these freaking bugs are they love my plants. They eat my plants, turds. Okay. So okay. So ZoomTKL DYNA, you got this whole receipt list. This is like medical bills. Okay, so it's all right here. So for those who don't like digital receipts, they do give you a physical receipt, okay? So there's this if we ever need it. So looking at the PCB, I have two of them. So looks like here is a flex cut PCB. Here is a non-flex cut PCBs. And then I have two plate options. So this is the PC plate, and then this one is the this one is the carbon fiber. I didn't look at how many plate options that you get, but I will check for you guys right now. Looks like you have... Oh, they don't say. Let me just pull up the link. Looks like you have PC POM FR4 alu carbon fiber brass. So I have the PC and I have the carbon fiber. And then I have both PCBs, so I'll give you guys a disclaimer, but I typically don't like flex cuts in my PCBs. So I'm probably just gonna stick to using one this time around, but if there is someone who really wants me to do a configuration with the flex cuts, I can. But since there's 4 mounting styles, it is going to be quite a bit of builds or rebuilds. So I have a question for you guys. Would you rather see one plate with all the mounting and then foam and no foam? Or would you rather see like the 2 plates but only like no foam? So it's still 8 builds, but you get to pick between having 2 plates no foam or 1 plate all foam. And it will be all the mounting, so total 4. Both plates, no foam. Okay. Okay, you guys got it. Did I emphasize any direction? No, but I think it depends on like what the other builders will do. I'm assuming the others got different plates, but I don't know. Alright, so check this out. So here is the PCB. So it's looking a little crazy, but here, just like right off the bat, you can see the tabs on the PCB, right? So this would be, for example, like the split O-ring. Here it does have per key, RGB, and underglow, so it has both. So it's a gamer PCB for sure. Here you have the 3 LEDs for the indicator. This is the gap. I'm guessing this is so that the cable can go through for the LED screen. Oh, so I'll point that out later, but you could do step or regular caps, you could split the left shift, you can split the right shift, looks like. There's ISO, you could do split backspace, and then here, so this would be where the hot swap knob would go, and you can tell because of the pads. So you can see this one is not quite like the others. You can see it has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pads. And that's for the connection for the hot swappable knob right there. Okay. Looks like bottom layout. It looks like you can split the space bar, right? Yeah, you can split the space bar if you want. Looking on the back is also pretty standard, but there are a few things. So this is for the ribbon cable for the so the screen uses a ribbon cable to a small daughter board, but the actual LED screen has the pogo pins, right? But you still have to attach it here. on each corner of the board, you can see this is the LEDs, right? So it looks like it's almost like glued on there. It's not, but it does look kind of out of place with how it's incorporated onto the PCB. It's not actually glued on there. I only say glued on there because it just looks like it's like a separate component, right? But they did this because it has to be, but it just looks like out of place. So yeah. So here you can see the diagonal for the LEDs, right? And then this would be for the main PCB ribbon cable. I don't see like a physical reset button, but there's a lot going on in this PCB for sure. Yeah. I wonder how they actually did this. Oh, okay, so it's interesting because look, you see these three right here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's actually how they've connected it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So similar to how you would do like the old school screens when you would solder it on, they've incorporated that onto the PCB so you'd solder it on. So you can see it's right there. Can you guys see that? It's kind of nice because it has the hot swap socket to kind of keep it afloat. But yeah, that's there. Other than that, it looks like it has the 8 mounting points, 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom. It's interesting because if you look on the top, this bottom LED does protrude out a little bit on both sides. Assuming that's not an issue though, because these stick out a lot too, but yeah. Crazy looking green trace PCB. All right. And then lastly, we'll look at the plate. So, plate. Oh, yeah, that's to accommodate for all the splitting if you decide to do that. Well, so here's the thing is, well, actually, no, you're right. I was gonna say, you know, based on the reviewers they picked for this board, well, they'll probably all go like no foam-ish, but then I was thinking of the DK one, so never mind. I don't know the reviewers they picked for this board, so. But there are specific builders who just like never build with foam. Okay, so here is the plate. So the top mount, the gasket, or the silicone gel all have different mounting points, so that is interesting. We saw that the split O-ring and the, what is it, elastic bar share the same mounting points, but then top mount is different, and then silica gel also different. So you can see the ones with like the teeth or the clamp, that's for the silica gel where you can slide it in. The tabs right here with the hole, that is for the top mount, right? And you can see they're all in different positions, right? So you have, interesting. So there are mounting points on the space bars depending on like what you use if you decide to use like split space bar. Sometimes that's not an issue. It's a lot more designs these days avoid putting a mounting point on the space bar. This one, it does have it on there, right? But yeah, so you can see this is what I was talking about, having like mounting points where the space bar kind of rests, right? But no flex cuts on this, right? There are gaps for the ribbon cables to like go through. And then yeah, the biggest thing to take away from this is that the silica gel and the top mounting all have different spots. It's still 4 and 4, so a total of 8, 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom, but they're all in different positions. Okay, all right. the next question is that it? I think that's it. And looks like there are standoffs that you can incorporate. So you can see the standoff points on the plate. So you can see there's one here, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially. Educated guess. Yeah. I think with a stiffer plate, you don't really need the standoffs, but with a softer plate, it can definitely be nice, especially if you don't have a plate fork, right? Anything without foam isn't basic in my books. Without foam, you actually hear the sound difference of the case. Yep. Hello, couple. All right, so we're gonna do both plates, but no foam, right? Let's do it. So before I continue, or while I'm doing stabilizers, I'm gonna read out some changes that they're making for the projection unit. So my unit is a pre-production unit. So on the mass production units, the biggest change is that they're going to move the USB port. So it's still going to be center, but it's not quite, they're going to move it up more, I guess. The Type-C port of the metal case will be adjusted to the center position, right? So they're going to move the USB port. Silicone sheets will be added to the 4 corners to reduce the friction between the upper and bottom case. So right now they have these, but they said that they're going to add more. So they're going to add 3 on the top and then 3 on the bottom. Stabs. They're going to use WS stabilizers. They said the internal weight will be adjusted to be chamfered to make the feel more rounded, so that they're going to change the external weight. The knob decoration has been optimized. Okay, so they're basically making it so that knob's more sensitive and also changing the design. And then they're changing the packaging for the box. Yeah. Okay, but yeah. Just a FYI for you guys. I didn't. I entered for the Shiro though. I got the glorp. Shiro had a cute glorp. Yeah, I entered for the glorp. You've done so many streams lately. Aren't you tired of us? No. Are you tired of me? The glorp? You want to see the glorp? Let me find it. It's so cute, right? Will you guys hate me if I do split backspace on TKL? Sorry, I can't hear you guys over my tier 3s. It looks like Avo and Kim are tier 3. They have priority. My tier 3s are fine with it, therefore it's okay. I'm just kidding. I'll do non-curse layout. Just because I did a curse layout yesterday. Curse in your guys' eyes. You know, Incy is like, I cannot believe you would put me in the same category as Vin. Meanwhile, look at their reactions. Have I heard of Key Collective? No. You got a link for me? I already promised Finn I would go to SF this year. Or NorCal. Oh, no, I haven't. I like the lady that did the lightning cat. Diego's cat. Or the person. I shouldn't say lady. I don't know if it's a lady. Objective likes it. Objective! Ding ding ding. The lady that makes, or God, I keep saying the lady. The person that makes the little cats. She did Diego's. Oh my God, so many wives. Oh, I see. Yeah, I like her stuff. It's very cute. Wait, is Vince still here? I never left. Do you want to do TwitchCon this year? I feel like if you have more than like 10, you can no longer say that. No, I feel like whenever you start entering into artisans because you like it and not for something specific, you can't say you're not into artisans. I think that's more accurate. If you're buying it for the sake of buying it. Well, Frank has bought it most of his aftermarket, but that's because like he's going for a specific look. But I feel like once you enter into a raffle just for the sake of like having it and not for like a specific purpose, you can't say that anymore. We might be screwed. Is it the same date? I mean, if they're offset, but can you go on 2 different weekends? I see. Okay. If you want to, I can do it. Indonesia? Indonesia. Mandy's in Singapore. Elvin is in Malaysia. That's a Ziner question. Ziner? Ziner, you got any connections in Indonesia? Is that your friend? Okay, there you go, Frank. Oh god. Oxy? Good morning. Please don't crash my stream. Oxy, can you do me a favor? Frank needs to buy GMK Nerve. There you go. I'm trying to look for a secondhand Cambridge satchel bag, but they only have storefronts in the UK, so I don't know if I don't know how good the secondhand market is there. Someone's using my Netflix. Who is it? I'm looking it up. Who's using my Netflix? iPhone Chrome mobile browser. The heck? The heck? Hold on, I gotta go ask my parents. Mom, Dad? Oh, is he using Netflix on his phone? Okay, I just got an email making sure it's him. Oh, okay. Okay, that's it. It's my father. Xing xing. Wah wah wah. Hello. What's up? Yeah, it's my dad. It is my father. Yeah, how's the like second hand in the UK? Like, is it closer to like Japan or is it like non-existent? I wonder if it's good. Oh, really? I see. I have a Herman Miller M body. I have an expensive chair. Yeah, it's not the gaming one. No, it's not it. Not the Logitech one. Just the normal. How did they have it? Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, really? You have a friend in the UK runs a pretty successful secondhand boutique. I see. I'm trying to find a Cambridge Satchel Sophie secondhand. Retail price is like $675. Kind of crazy. No. I'm fine with the gray, the green, or the wine. The Bordeaux one. And it's kind of confusing because they have like the mini version and they have a regular version. I'm looking for the regular version. Oh, Hammer, how are you doing? See, I don't know. I'm not really into like brands like that. Yeah, it's the weekend. Stop stalking me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's the weekend. Oh, you guys, I threw a porcelain today. Pretty interesting. I think I like it. It, like, doesn't have grit. It's kind of hard to explain. But I threw, like, 6 things today. I was gonna stream, actually, but someone was there. So I was like, oh, hell no. My social anxiety is like, hell no. Sorry, chat. Oh, 粽子. Did I make a friend? No, but I made eye contact with her and I smiled at her to tell her that I'm friendly. She smiled back. Okay. I didn't just make eye contact and looked away. I made eye contact and then I smiled at her. She smiled back. So we're good. Well, it was kind of like a jump scare because um I had my headset, but she was in the other room. But she was already there, right? So because I had my headset on, when she came into the room, I didn't hear her. So when I like looked, she was there. I was like, oh, hello. Elvin is streaming now? Oh yeah, let me tell you guys about my tea experience. So yeah, really weird. Basically, what you do is you pay per teapot you drink. And it's a social experience because you just sit at this table and they just like brew the different teas and they just drink tea and they swap pots like every like 10 to 15 minutes or just until the pot is all out. And like they'll ask like, "Oh, what do you guys want to drink?" And then they'll be like, "Okay." Or they'll be like, "What's the next tea you want to drink?" And then the like person whoever's like leading will be like, okay, I'm gonna go with this one. So they do one tea at a time, but they do like multiple steeps. And no, he only wants to do like hot teas, right? No, it's the guy's like and halfy, but he only wants to do like hot teas from like most of his selection was from like China and Taiwan. What's this? Oh. But yeah, so they just were all sitting around drinking tea and we sat next to like yeah, so it's cool. I'll show you guys real quick. Um it's like a wooden table that had it. So here, you see this? Yeah, that's their teapot. And there's holes in that groove of the table that it just drains through. So what they do is they just like brew the tea and they have like pots that they'll like pour. So for example, like let's see. So after she's brewed it, she'll just go around the table pouring tea into everyone's cup. No, because it's a separate. It's like separated. So you can see like the part where they pour in is recessed in, and then where you have your tea is not. So yeah. It was kind of weird though, because he has like employees and apparently they just sit and drink tea all day with the customers. And tea can be like really expensive. So what they do is they charge $6 per teapot you drink. And yeah, the employees just like brew tea, talk to the customers, sip tea with them, and $6 a pot per person, and they swap out every 5 to 15 minutes depending on however many people are there and how many steeps the tea can get. So $6 a pot per person. So there's 3 of us. If we all drink a pot, it's 666. And then second pot, then it'd be 12, 12, 12. Yeah. So we were only there for like 45 minutes, and it was like $18 per person. So if you just so happen to get at the tail end of like a pot and you don't get as much drink, you still have to pay the $6. This is at a tea house that just reopened. Is this common? It's I don't think it's common, but it's definitely, it's not commonly found, but for the places that do it, this is like a common concept, right? But it's kind of like if you don't like the tea, you just have to keep drinking it until they're done, and then you have to pay for it too. So like we got there at the tail end of a pot, and my sister hated it, but they kept like pouring it for her, and then she's like, I don't like it, I don't want any more. Um, but then she still had to pay for it, you know. Yeah, but she still like has to pay for it. Yeah. And the thing is like she didn't have a choice, you know. They're just like, yeah, so this one we're drinking is like a red tea. And then the next one was an oolong tea. And then the next one was another oolong tea, you know. And it's based off of like um I'm assuming it's like based off of like what the brewer is feeling and what like cuz they were all like friends there. So they were just all talking and drinking tea, talking about ceramics. I mean, we got there later and like, you know, they were all very knowledgeable, like the clients. They're just like, oh yeah, like this one has a very like, you know, and they would like talk about the tasting notes and they'd be like, oh, let's try this one next, you know, I want to drink this one. Whereas, you know, we didn't know their selection, so it's kind of like, you know, just tell them like we like a more floral or stuff like that. Well, they raised the prices. So what happened was they had a location, but because they're doing construction, the city gave them a grant to reopen in a different place. But before, I guess like his business wasn't like doing too well because like he had a lot of employees that would just sit around drinking tea all day, right? And it was kind of like, what do you do? And he wasn't making a lot of money. So I guess at this new location, he like upped the pricing. Um, but yeah, I was thinking because they were talking about internships. So there's a lot of like artistic internships that people will do. For example, like you sign up and like you'll go to like Japan for like 6 months where you do an art internship with like ceramics or different arts. Um, and they were talking about like doing that. So that was kind of cool to listen to. Sounds like a thing for rich people. Yeah, I definitely think he raised the price and also he wasn't like making money before. And with this new place, I don't know if rent's more expensive, but he did get a grant for like, because they basically told him like you need to move. City gave him a grant to reopen somewhere else. I like my weak words. I don't have a keyboard. Hi, Sophie's are in stock. I want used. I want used because it's cheaper. Yeah, but his thing is that he only wants to serve hot teas, and if you do that, especially like in Texas, it's kind of like it's a bit difficult. Because oh, hot summer day, let's go drink some hot teas. Some people can do it, but I'd say it's a very specific crowd he's catering to, and the parking was terrible. Terrible. Yeah, it was kind of funny, like listening to them like try to pronounce like some of the Chinese names, but they were trying, so. But it was definitely like a weird vibe. Cause I don't know if they were like tea drunk or if they were just like drunk off of something else, but God, you guys would have cringed so bad. But this one lady, she was like, she started laughing like an older lady, and she was talking about like her menopause medicine or whatever. Because it's all on the table, so we all hear everything. But like, she just started laughing, and then one of the guys was like, "What lulls you?" And I looked at him like, "The fuck did you just say?" And he's like, "That's me and my wife's new favorite saying." Like, she'll laugh, and I'll go, "What lulls you, my lady?" It's like, oh my god. I feel like that's worse. Yeah, but he was just like talking like that. I think out of everything I heard that guy say, I think that was like the most like, what the, what lulls you? And then one guy was like, yeah, I love Taiwan. I've been there like 4 times and like the locals are so great. And he's like, they treat you like kings there. And, it's like this white looking man just like talking about like the king treatment he gets while he's there. And it's like, it was a little weird to listen to, I guess. He's like, the locals, they're so beautiful and they treat you so well there. And I've been there 4 times. And I don't know. It's just like the way he's describing it, I guess. And I kind of like felt kind of weird listening to it. Hey girl, you're looking absolutely follicular. Oh my god. I'd say what lulls you is definitely way worse than me saying rotund. Chat, do you guys agree? What's worse? What's worse? I just think had he had not said like, oh, the women there are beautiful, you know, and uh, I don't know. It was just in that moment that I was like, oh. No, it's alright. Yeah, and I also think the way that he's like, they treat you like royalty there. The women are beautiful, and it's like, ugh. Can we not put those two together? Like, it just feels weird. Oh god. Oh god. You know, I definitely try not to interact with strangers if I can help it, so. These stabilizers are a little difficult. Huh? I might have, now that you mention it. Or is it a difference? Let me see, sorry. Oh. Oh yeah, I did. I did, you're right. No. You're right, I did. That's okay, we'll just swap out the housings. They were perfect. Well, at least I have these for next time then. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna speedrun this. That means next time stabs will be done. Joke's on you guys. What did Oxy do now? What did Oxy not do? But yeah, definitely interesting experience. I don't know if I would go again. It was kind of expensive. And then if you get a tea you don't like, then you're just kind of like forced to drink it. I think that's like the biggest thing. And like if you only drink like one cup and you're like, oh no, I don't like it, then you still have to pay the $6 for the pot. It's funny because we had this one oolong, and Jima was like, "This tastes like if you take zongzi leaves and you steep it and you drink the water." We're like, "Oh yeah, it does." I'm like pretty basic. I like green teas. I also like white teas. And if I'm feeling spicy, I'll go oolong. I didn't. My sister might have on her stories. I was kind of too busy eavesdropping on their conversations. And you know what? The crazy thing is some people were there for like 2 to 3 hours just drinking tea. Just sit there and drink tea. Okay, well, the question is, do I use the same wires or yeah, I think I just use the wires I've already tuned. I'm feeling lazy. Only because there's a lot of configs we need to get through, so I mean, I'm not judging their clothes. I just was judging their conversation for sure. There's this saying going around, because so I'm a native Austinite, right? But apparently we're like more rare. There's just like a lot more transplants these days, and they've been people have been calling it like new Austin versus like old Austin, and everyone here is like an influencer in some way. Uh, and so yeah, yeah, it's funny because like if it's like old Austin people that's complaining about all the Californians and like how things have changed, that's like one thing, but when it's like freaking Californians who have moved here and they're like, don't come over here. It's like you are part of the problem. Like, But there's just like, you know what my favorite thing is the like food influencers or influencers whenever they eat food and they like close their eyes and then they like open it really big and they're like, "Oh my god. This is the best," you know? I anytime I see that, I always just want to like laugh. It's just so over the top dramatic to me. Like some places are good like that, right? Like don't get me wrong. Like there definitely are places where it's like, "Oh my god, eye-opening." But it's when you see a bunch of people or you see the person do it for like everything. And then it's also kind of sad when they're like, "Hey guys, this is a hidden gem." Meanwhile, it's like a place that's been open for like fucking 30 years and stays open because it's like famous, but they're like, "I found this hidden gem." It's like it's not a hidden gem. It's a very very well known. Yeah, pretty much. You've got a lot of hate within you, it seems. Not healthy. Me? Oh yeah, probably. I'm just a little, you know, just a little jaded, I suppose. Sorry. God forbid I have my peeves. Oh, Insty? I feel like Insty is a hater, but at least he's honest. There are people where I'd rather you just be straightforward with what you like and don't like versus like always tiptoeing around it and me having to guess. Like with Insty, it's very clear what he likes and dislikes. So that's like good for someone like me so I don't have to guess. And in many ways, I'd rather someone say like talk shit to my face than behind my back. Cuz at least I can be like, you know, Insta you're crazy. Like Insta you're wrong for that, you know? Okay, swapped it out. It should be okay. But the reason why I'm talking about like my pet peeves when it comes to like certain influencers is because like when you when you see something on Instagram and like they make it seem like the most amazing thing and then you go there and it's like so bad. That's like, damn. That happened a lot to me in Japan where I'd go to a restaurant that it like an influencer suggested because I saw like the reel and it was not good. And I was just so sad because I only have like so much time and like space in my stomach, and when it's wasted on something like that, I'm like, no. No. Well, I think it's also a thing where I get it. You know, whenever you work with like a restaurant or like a brand, right, you want to say good things, but at the same time, it can be like disingenuous. And some people either have that, they're like cognizant of that versus like people who will just, oh, if you pay me, I'll say whatever you want me to say, you know? And it's misleading. And that's why I get sad, I guess. But I mean, it's not always the fault of the influencer or the content creator because sometimes like you're not allowed to say certain things that you would say like normally, right? Um but for like food influencers, if you're getting paid to go and then you only say good things and you know, it's like paying for good reviews. And I think that's always like a weird thing to navigate. Does that make sense? That's why I have to, whenever I see a video of like an influencer going to a restaurant and if they say it's like the best they've ever had, I will go on their page and, you know, see if that's just something they always say. Because if they always say it's the best you've ever had, then it's kind of like, well, you know. Yeah. And I think that's what's like frustrating. But that being said, Insty, you do hate a lot. Insty is a hater. But Insty likes what he likes. It's okay. I think Vin's a hater too. So is Avo. These are shims to put on the back of the stabilizers to keep them in place and from not clipping out. Because these are clip-ins, and so in order to secure them in, you put shims on the back so that the clips don't come undone. Did you guys know that I can type 15 seconds, I can type up to 160 words per minute. I just don't type super fast when I do typing test because Vin told me once it doesn't sound good. Well, what I'm trying to say is that I can type a lot faster normally. I just don't because it doesn't sound as good. Oh, did it not work? Oh, okay, I'll do it for you. I'll do both of them for you. It's because I turned it off. I turned it off when I was recording in case someone like... Once I had someone follow me as I was recording and it like ruined it. So it's just like... Okay, and I'll give you a Diego one. There you go. I'm disturbed. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, if your clip-ins keep popping out, you'll need to add shims. You guys can't say that I'm not nice, okay? I'm very nice to you guys. Very, very nice. Okay, this one. The butt plugs rolling on your desk gave me PTSD. What? What butt plug? Oh, the tab. Oh, I see. Monster Train 2. You know, Johnny linked it to me. Maybe. Okay, God, that took so long. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna do standoffs. I don't think I need it. It's fine. Anyone interested in webtoons anime? Yeah. Yup. Unless they say, like, you should do it. But I have, like, very specific... webtoons. I don't read, like, all webtoons, you know. Okay, I'll do the standoffs because they say... It's so bad because Cyan, she just cosplayed a character from a smut and I recognized it, but I was like, surely she's not. And then it was. And like, I've read part of that smut before and it's really freaking not good. And I was just like, Damn, girl. Really? Well, so the smut that she... Oh, wait, sorry. This is a sponsored stream. Sorry, never mind. Until next time. I remembered. I was about to tell you guys the plot, but I can't do that. Oh yes, my link. You guys should check it out though. I've actually enjoyed using it. But I will check out the Lord of Mysteries. Yeah. Oh wait, it's actually the wrong one. It's okay. Oh. I read a lot of webtoons. There's one I've been reading called Tears on a Withered Flower. That one's pretty good. Oh god. But yeah, it's not good. It's definitely, yeah. Do I have a type? A type of webtoon or like type of man in a webtoon? Like no, Vid, do not. Type of webtoon? I don't know. These days everything's freaking isekais. It's always about regression or isekai or friggin' um they get OP all of a sudden. It's just all the freaking same. Yeah, I mean sometimes the premise is different, but that's like omega rare. Man. Yeah, they get some kind of furry cute girl companion that they buy from the slave market. I'm reading and maybe the side character's unexpected business event. That doesn't mean I'm gonna strike your wrench. Oh my god. Is that actually real? Yeah, they're always in some kind of distressed situation and they view them as a savior and yeah. Wait, wait, you can't say that and then drop a YouTube link. That's just very that's very sus. Okay, chat, who's gonna check that? Not me. Oh, is it? I've been burned by links. Da, 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 da. Oh, really? Is it stream friendly? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter since I already played the Diego and Teja. What's one more? Oh, wait, they like the... Oh, what the frick? Why did this video start playing? They're the black and white caps, right? With all the faces. That reminds me, my cousin told me once that she went on a date, first date, and she made a face. I don't know what face, but he was just like, "Did you make the..." He asked her if she just made the face. And in the back of her mind, she was like, yeah. She's like, who the fuck asked that? So she's just like, oh, no, what is that? And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. She's like, no, like, what is it? You know? He's like, no, don't worry about it. I'm not saying it because I don't want to. This is a sponsored stream, you guys. Please, we need to behave. Interloper, please scrub this out of the stream. Thank you. Do not include this one. Interloper's like that emote that couple likes to use a lot. No, the evil cat that's like... Yeah, that one. Honestly, if someone asked me that, I'd be like, for you? No. I would give him a very nasty look and be like, for you? No. She wouldn't do that, yeah. I don't know how to date in this day and age. But I will say I get creeped out pretty easily. It's nice when I go to like California, because it's like if I go to SoCal, typically I'm with Kiwi, and no one will bother me if I'm with Kiwi. Well, Kiwi just looks like he wants to like fight someone. And Kiwi's very considerate because like when we're walking like outside like by the street, he'll always like move me so I'm not on the street side. And if there's like stranger danger, he'll like also move me too. Dude, Joe, just exposure therapy. Just do what Asians do, exposure therapy. Like, fuck it. You're old enough, you're smart enough. Just oh my god. Also, disclaimer, do not do that. It's just Asian parents, at least I've heard this across the board, it's like they find out you're allergic, they start feeding you like little. Oh wait, I don't need it right here. Dang, really? Joe, I feel like at this point you should just do like the allergen, like the comprehensive allergen test, or unless you already have. If that's how you found out. Oh god. It's like the thing Oxy said that, you know, pretty soon no one will have allergies. Like new babies. Because they're gonna freaking genetically modify. Yeah, they were talking about it the other day. They were telling me about it. When I was gaming. Can you believe we had a gaming stream? These bugs. Do, 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 do. Okay, so here is the rotator knob. Yeah, so you can take this off if you don't want it. both are removable. So I'm assuming you could also do like a screen, the screen and like a switch here, or you could do like the two switches and the knob. Let me just make sure. Okay. Okay, so we're looking for this. So this is what you'll use for the screen, right? Okay. So this does use a ribbon cable. Level 2 what? So let me make sure. Oh yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. Thank you, everyone. We did hit it, yes. Oh, okay, so for those who are installing it, looks like the blue side goes here. And then blue side also goes up here. So this goes this way. So with this, blue side goes this way. Okay. Did that. The knob module, it says to put it in like the front first. So now this will fit in, but they said to put it on the top case, I guess. So we're gonna just make sure you have the right orientation. Put it here. I guess it doesn't quite matter. We could just set it right here. What now we'll do is this. Okay. So the first mounting we're gonna do, I really don't want to do top mount. Let's do silica gel first. God, these are just so seal tight. So silica gel, you have, it looks like top and bottom are gonna be the same, but this goes on the plate. So you're just gonna slide them in like this. And the one thing about this board is that it does have the cork sheet now, or it includes it again. So if you're someone who likes the cork, that's now offered. I think I forgot to mention that earlier. So there is a silicone like, so this, guessing goes like right here. So this part would then go right here, right? So you would kind of want, you would friction fit it in like this, right? And you can see it will poke through right there. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna put this ribbon cable, looks like blue side will always go up. So we can just do this part last. Probably just put in the ribbon cable first. Okay. So put this in. Oops. I wonder if it'd be easier if I turned it. This is why sometimes ribbon cable is like annoying. And it's also a game of figuring out like which is better to put in. Like, do I put in the one on the PCB first, or do I put the one on the case? Which is easier? Oh, it is! Okay, so that's how we know it's successful. So after you've put that on, and then I would recommend this is when you would seat the LCD screen part right here. So once you've seated that, you can put it down. It lives! Okay, well, here's like the true test actually, is if the screen lives. It lives! Nice. So let's plug this in. We'll see. Oh. That did not like that. Okay, this is actually too big. So I see that's why they're moving it. Okay. So if you have like a fatter cable, like I do, the USB position is not good. Okay, so this is working. Nice. Okay, sorry. If you have a more rotund cable like I do, then them moving it will accommodate for that. Okay, so now let's try all the keys. Okay. Okay. Yay! Cool. Okay, so now I'm going to install the knob. I'm going to use the tiny one right here. So they are going to change the design of the knob from what I saw. So if this is not quite your jam, it will be different. Are those noises both to be a yes? Yes, they are. Ooh. Having a knob is good for volume. You can also use it for page scroll. If you do like editing, you can use it to like cycle through different things. It's just more of a like convenience thing, right? You can just use it to adjust. Yes, you can also do that. Okay, keycaps. Let's go with... What's a nice blue? Oh yeah, you guys can hear them. Oh, should I do a blue and pink? Well, think about it. If you need to adjust your volume, can you do that with just one click of your scroll wheel? Right? So it's just like a convenient thing. Like you can still use your scroll wheel to do up and down, but with the volume, you would then have to open your volume and then you can use the scroll wheel versus like you skip the entire step by doing that. If you have a dedicated amp, they're useless IMO. That too. It's just a convenience thing. And also depends on like what they do, right? What they have it mapped to. Some people will map encoders to like different profiles as well. So if you're thinking like specifically like VTubers, they could use it to change like different expressions pretty easily. You know, like different modes. It's just you can remap it to more things than you can like a scroll wheel, right? Okay, can I do a pink? Or you guys are like, pink is my mom's room light is on. I'm doing pink. I haven't been able to use this set, so we're gonna use it now. Well, should I use this one or should I do Moon Rabbit? You guys feeling? I think this one would look pretty nice though. It's kind of a different shade of blue, but I think it's cute. Oh. Oh shoot. The stabilizer got stuck. Oh no, god damn it. Hold on. One moment, please. I guess I don't get it. Mapping a key makes more sense to me and a knob removes key, but the knob can do two functions in one. It can do three functions, theoretically. Because you can do the push down, you can do the up, and you can do the down. Oh yeah, I just... No! It's an important key too. It's a space bar. It can't just be like, forget. Yeah, so technically, a knob gives you three keys in one. When you think about the function. But if you don't like the knob, on this board you don't have to add it. Like you can just not have the knob. But if you're somewhat, yeah, see, they're just like... Can I do this without taking the entire board apart? Probably not. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe I can pop it out somehow. No, I should have checked it. Yeah, no, it's over. It's over. I didn't realize it had like popped out. You know, the worst part is that, oh my god. The worst part is that I have this, I have the standoffs in. I'm sorry, chat. I made a rookie mistake. I personally don't use knobs. But when I edit, I use like a dedicated, like my loop deck. Because sometimes mapping knobs on a keyboard is it can be a little weird depending on like what you're trying to do, especially if you're using it for like editing. So I just use a dedicated like macro pad for that. But there's some clients I've had where they're like, I need a knob. Like it's non-negotiable. Like, oh, okay. I don't know why my parents brought them downstairs so early. Pumpkin's pissed. Pumpkin's like, I am not meant to be up this early. What the hell? Yeah, even he told me, he's like, take me back. Birds are very habitual creatures. And when you break that, they get pissed. As we're experiencing right now. They're pissed. Okay, you turd stabilizer. You even notice. I'm a noob builder. That's one thing I don't like about these stabs is they're very, or it's like one thing I don't like about stabs at underhook. You know what I think it is? I think my mom's doing something in her room where she has to turn on the lights. And So the birds don't bother her, she moved them downstairs. Oh! I forgot. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay. You guys, I'm tea drunk. I was telling my sister that's a thing, but she didn't believe me. No, I just had a lot of tea today. Because I went to a tea tasting room today. They're all good. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the pace. I was kind of going like leisurely along, just kind of like low, but we're gonna pick it up. We're gonna hyperdrive mode this. Well, I know it's like late. It's also my fault for starting late because I was napping. Well, because I went to the studio at like 6:30 a.m. and then I was there for a long time because I was learning how to throw with porcelain. And then I came home and I had to clean and do some errands, and then I had to go out with my sister, and I didn't get back until like 4-ish, and then I couldn't fall asleep until like 5:30, or yeah, because I drank so much tea. So normally I would have been like exhausted and been like, oh god, pass out, but because I drank so much tea, it was like, oh god, I couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, I had to go out. I know, right? Me too. People tell me like naps are so bad for you, and I'm just like, well, I'm still alive, so I must be doing something right. I was like, there's so many things to nitpick. Don't nitpick my naps, okay? 'Cause it disturbs your sleep cycle, and then you can't get like meaningful rest at night, and everything is bad for you. I think the oldest lady in Japan was like, they're like, why do you think you live so long? She's like, I drink a can of soda every day without fail. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, you know who I'm talking about? Yeah. One thing I have noticed though about like old people is uh is that they might seem like really healthy, but it's like just one like health scare and then boom, they get old really, really fast. Uh, okay, cool. Yeah, like for example, like Connor's grandfather was like healthy as a horse, looked good for his age, and then got sick and just like aged so fast. It's kind of tragic. Yeah, it's very tragic. He got hip replacement because they were like, because he fell, and they're like, oh, you need to get a hip replacement, and ultimately passed away because of that. It's kind of. These are the blueberry milk linear switches. Am I missing something? Okay, these are Keep's new switches. They sent them out to me. Okay, sorry for the delay. We're back in business. No diffuser, no. I've been wanting this set, and someone in Austin was selling it, so I was like, give me. So this is a used set, but I don't mind. I think it's very cute. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Why was it over here? Oh my god. I know, I'm just like flubbing today. What is going on? God, I never remember these symbols. Yeah, I mean, you could turn it off if you don't like it. Oh, control is this one? Okay. Then can I just put diamonds right here? Oh, it's this one right here. Mm, they're so cute. Okay. Let's do... Oh, do you guys remember these? This one. Or if you link me the set, I can look at it too. Well, that doesn't help me because I don't know which one is which. I know the order, but I don't know the symbol. Here, let me look it up. Poco. Let's see, where is... You got it? Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. These look different. Cappuccino, these look different. Yeah. I don't see the diagonal. PBT fans Poco. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, okay, so it's... No, you're good. Okay, so it's, I suppose it didn't really matter, like, doing it like exactly correct. Now that I think about it. This was an older set. I don't think you can get it anymore. I've wanted it for a long time. This one is like the sign, this one. Okay, I think I'm gonna do... Do I have... Ooh. This one's cute. That one doesn't quite match. The Deke. This one? Pull up the tab? What tab? Oh, I see, okay. Oop. Okay. You guys still buy keyboards? I'm talking about like Yugs. All right. I got her build. So this first one we are building, this is it's a silica gel. So first config. Is plum really hard to get? So this is silica. Which one am I thinking of? There's a... It's a purple set. Oh, I asked my mods earlier, but there's like a new podcast. They followed me. I've never heard of it. Hold on. Alright guys, so this first config is Silica Gel right here. This is the FR4 plate, and we're using blueberry milk linear switches from Keeps, and this is PBT Fans Poco. Okay, rude. I typed slow for you guys. Uh, I can't do full speed for a minute though. It's kind of, I get tired. Okay, so that was Silica Gel. So now let's see what it sounds like with the others. This is when the ribbon cable kind of hinders this. Because I want to just like take this off, but I have to be careful because the ribbon cable. I get the reasoning why they did it, but ugh. I think the birds have finally accepted they're gonna be downstairs. Okay, next one we're gonna do is the, let's do the elastic, well no, elastic bar mount's gonna be the easiest, so let's just do the hard ones first. Let's put O-ring. Do you guys need to hear top mount, or can I skip top mount? Top mount's gonna be a pain in the butt. Unless you guys are like, I need top mount. I need it. I'll do it. But I was almost rude. Okay. Don't skip? Okay. So when you're installing these, it looks like there's two orientations. There's like one with the hook and one without. On this picture, it's showing that uh, the opening goes towards the case for you guys' reference. You're almost rude to me? What else is new? What else is new? Oh, are you complaining about top mount on ball catch? Because I complained about that too. So there's a few solutions you can make, right? You can either incorporate or learn or design your board to incorporate like a bottom mount, or you can just get rid of the top mount altogether, or you just don't do ball catch. Or I guess what you do is you include it, but then you suffer. Hi, Zan. There's just a couple things about this board that I guess feels a little strange to me. First of all is the point of ball catch, or not like the main point, but one of the main selling points for ball catch is it's supposed to be like nice and convenient, right? But you take away a lot of that convenience when you make the PCB like a ribbon cable. And I understand their justification for the ribbon cable, but it kind of like defeats the purpose of like easy assembly, disassembly if you have ball catch mechanism that still revolves around the ribbon cable. The other thing is that they continue to do multiple mounting styles in a board, which I think is fine. Especially if you're like newer into market, you don't know what you quite like. But I'd say as someone who like, I don't think it's necessarily bad to have like multiple mounts in a board, but I think at one point like their zooms had like 6, 8, I don't know. I don't remember the exact number, but a lot, right? And it's fun if you're someone who likes to like experiment. And I guess the idea is that it has a wide variety, so it's good for it's good for everyone. Whereas like some people, it's like, oh, it's gasket mounted, yeah, I'm not gonna buy it, you know. And so it's like a wider net of appeal. But I guess while doing limited mounting points, I think by doing like a large selection of mountings also like can be a hindrance. But we'll see. I say this as someone who has built like many keyboards, but there's just a lot of convenience things that quality of like build life, you know, that drastically changes with certain components of a build, right? Okay. This hot swap socket, this knob socket, it stays in place because of the knob, but it's a little awkward to like assemble. I would much rather it stay in place on the plate so I can assemble it, but can't be bothered to remove the knob every time, so. Alright, this next one is going to be... Oh. We'll look at all the screen options in a little bit, but first we'll just do all the typing test. Oh, Ajax! Thanks for the resub. Hello! So this next one is split Oring. Okay, so here is the build. This one is the FR4 plate. Oh. Alright, split O-ring, FR4 plate. You type faster? Okay. Oh. Oh. The spacebar. It's okay. I'm also very low blood sugar right now. Like I'm running on empty. Okay, so I haven't ate in like 6 hours. I should probably eat something real quick. I'm fading fast. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. This is PBT Fans Poco. I was not a fan of that sound profile. Also, it was a bit. I could feel the weight of the switches with this mounting, I should say. Okay. So now, because the elastic bar shares the split O-ring mounting space, you do have to take it off. Oh, agar looked nice. Yeah, so far my thoughts is maybe this is an unpopular one, but I'm glad they went down with mounting styles, but I would like to see. I guess I don't always think more options is better. And there are a few aspects of the board that kind of like take away the point of like convenience. For example, like the elastic bar and the split O-ring sharing the same mounting. It kind of defeats the purpose of like doing stuff fast. And I think like having like the ball catch, but then using the ribbon cable is also like contradicts itself. I don't know. I'd understand if they're trying to appeal to like a wider market, but there's just some things about the board that I feel like wouldn't apply to the wider market because it's not easy to build. It's not difficult, but it's also not like as easy peasy as I believe it could be. They use a 8K polling for the PCB, so basically the ribbon cable reduces the latency, is their reasoning. Which, you know, makes sense, especially if you're like gaming. Yeah, I I feel like it's just not very cohesive. Does that make sense? Components of the board is just not very cohesive when it comes to, like, you use ball catch for easy assembly, disassembly, but then you use a ribbon cable, and then you have mounting points that, or mounts that, make it so you basically have to take it off every time. I mean, the 8K is cool, but then I would just do like one or two mountings instead of like putting multiple. Or designing it in a way in which it's more seamlessly integrated. Because I don't think this is beginner friendly. And if they're trying to, appeal to like the gaming market, I feel like they should have just gone HE instead. And maybe it will, but like it's not like a bad board, but like the knob integration I feel like could be a little bit better. There's just aspects about the board. So like this knob is so annoying, I'm just gonna take it off. I'm just not gonna use it. The idea of a hot swap knob is definitely neat, but if you're making it so like, no, so this knob doesn't, so it's weird because it does fit into the plate, but whenever you have the knob part screwed in, this will pop out with this part. And so whenever you're trying to assemble it, it's loose, right? So then you have to hope that when you close it, it will close it in place. But since there's like no anchor point here, it's loose. So it doesn't always close correctly. So you would either just always need to take off the knob or just don't use it, or like hope that you can align it properly. There's nothing to quite align it in that sense. So I'm just gonna keep this knob part off. It's we don't need it. I think Bellatrix has always done this where they try to throw everything, try a bunch of things in a board, instead of like honing in on something. It sounds like they expect users to remove every time they open it, but then that kind of defeats the point of making things convenient with like ball catch, right? Because it uses a separate screw. Okay. Okay, I think it depends because if you appeal to like a mass group and you don't know what you like, you're gonna try all the mountings. At least IMO. Okay, this is elastic bar. So ball catch, the main point is that it makes it so that it's easy to open. But ball catch is also convenient if you open it a lot. But there are scary for passwords, yeah. That's what someone was saying earlier. But yeah, I would agree that the main point of ball catch is it just makes it easy to open. Not necessarily like you're gonna open it a lot. Just if you happen to open a lot, it would ball catch is very nice, but it was designed so that you didn't have to unscrew like 8 screws every single time, right? Oh, you guys said I could skip top mount? Is that okay? Who said that? Okay, I'll do my top mount. Okay. Oh, I put FR4. Sorry, this is carbon fiber. Sorry, this is carbon fiber. My bad. You guys, I'm making so many mistakes this stream. Yeah, you guys were silent. That's true. Frank was the only one. Yeah. But yeah, so going back to ball catches, it definitely makes it easier if you open it a lot. And going back to the point of like, well, you know, aside from like streamers opening it like a bunch of times, like would there be anyone else that would do that? And I'd say yes, because if you are like, you know, if you're trying to figure out what you like and there's all these mountings, I feel like, oh god, I feel like you would want to experiment, right? And also, it's kind of like all the choices are there, so if you don't know what you like, you might as well just like try them all, right? So I guess it depends on like who they are trying to appeal to exactly when it comes to offering all these like mounting styles. And that's something we'd have to think about. Like, why would you offer all these different mounting styles? And it's either for people who don't know what they want, or people who are like indecisive, and it's also to like, you know, create a wider market for people who like, oh, the board doesn't have like gasket mount, I don't want it, or oh, I only like boards that, have top mount. So there's definitely a group of people that it could appeal to, but I'm thinking that, if I were a newbie, I just bought this board. I saw all these things. I don't know what I like. I'm gonna try it all. Personally. If you're like someone who is more like well seasoned, I suppose, um, you kind of know what you want. I'd argue if they don't know what they want, they probably also wouldn't have. Yeah, they wouldn't, but the options are there for them to experiment so they do learn, right? But it depends on the person. Some people are just like, yeah, I can't tell the difference. But then it raises the question of like, then why would they have like bought this board? Right? And so there's definitely different scenarios here and there. But I'm saying more case specific in this scenario, you're trying to appeal to everyone, that I think the execution of it is a little weird, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Like, uh, you make very valid points. But I think there's case and scenarios where, like, you have a scenario, I have a scenario. Elitist? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something that made you feel that way? I'm more so arguing about it from like, if from a building perspective. Like, if I were someone new and I didn't know what I want and I got this board because there were so many like mounting styles, I would want to like rebuild it. But as someone who has built a lot of boards, there's just a lot of things that could make my life easier as like a beginner, right? I would say this is not quite um, as easy as it could be, not necessarily as it should be, but there's definitely a lot of aspects that I'd be like, oh god, as I am right now. I'm sorry if I made you feel that way. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, once you like take off this knob, it makes it a lot easier. Okay. Alright, this is the carbon fiber plate, sorry. And this is top mount. I will clip it after. That's what I've been doing. I just can't clip it during stream. Okay, we're gonna do... Oh god, that's why. I was like, why is this not coming off? Oh, no. Okay, chat. Okay, so the problem I'm running into is... That's the other thing with like the ball catch in the top mount is... Normally you would, you know, push it off, right? Like you would push it off like this, but because it's top mount, the screen, I could push it off the knob. Oh no. There's not really like a groove to catch or a groove to pull on. There's only like this groove right here. And like, and that's the other thing, is incorporating top mount when it's like really difficult to take apart with ball catch is the only leverage point I have at the moment is this key right here. But it hurts. Look. No. Okay. Let me figure out. I'm gonna take this to the bed. Okay. Here's the thing. I had to be very careful because it uses a ribbon cable. So I couldn't just like, otherwise the ribbon cable would then go and fly off with it. So that's kind of the other thing. If you haven't had experience with top mount and ball catch, then you have to be very, very careful. The nice thing is that once you kind of get like the top mount off, the grooves in the case make it so that you can kind of like stick your fingers like right here and like pop it off. But you can't just like shake it off like that. Otherwise you risk throwing or ripping this out. Yeah, and that's why I feel like there's just some things designed about this board that makes me wonder like who exactly their target audience is. Yeah. Yeah, I feel bad about the elitist comment, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel like that. It's more like I just want to be as transparent as I can when it comes to like like ease of build for you guys. I'm not a beginner. I didn't think of that. Of what? Elvin, thanks for the raid. Oh, well, yeah, so that's the thing. If you haven't encountered it before, it's not really something you think of. Until after you encounter it, then you're like, wow, that sucked. Never again. No, it's fine. We could drop it. I didn't realize I was making you guys feel uncomfortable, so I apologize. I was just trying to state, like, why I think the design cohesion of the board felt a little off to me. And I may have made some people feel uncomfortable in the process, and I'm sorry. That's it. Yeah, that's it. No, we're good. We'll drop it and move on. I will be better. Oh my gosh, we're on the last plate now. No, drop it. I don't want the person who said it to feel uncomfortable, so drop it. Oh, I can't take this off. It's okay. Oh god. I'm so low blood sugar, you guys. I need to eat. Oh, god. Ugh, god. Is today Saturday? Today's Friday. You guys. Okay, yeah, you can stream it. I'll just binge watch it while I'm at ceramics. You can't spoil it. I've literally read the webtoon. it's different so far, but ultimately I know what happens in the end. Ceramic keycaps? Nah. Ceramics and keyboards I'm gonna keep separate from my own my own state of my own sanity. You guys want ceramic plates? It'll shrink like 17%. Are you guys okay with that? No, I don't want to make them bigger. Then it loses that like handcraftiness if it's not like a little janky. Boop. I could make ceramic plates to hold artisan keycaps. Make you a bowl? Okay. This PC. Some of them are. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Oh, boy. Oh. This has not been countersunk. This plate. So, countersinking is basically making so that the screws will sit flat on like, so you see how like the plate is like this, but if the screw has like the head, right? If you countersink it, basically the screw would normally poke out like this, but when you countersink it, it will go down, so it lays flat. But these plates have not been countersink, so the screws are going to rest on top of the plate. They were countersink for the carbon fiber one, but for this one they are not, so unfortunate. That's okay. Countersinking doesn't really... It shouldn't affect anything. Yeah, there's like some crystal glazes, and like my instructor was like, do you guys want to use like glass glazes? Kind of creates like a crystal effect. She's like, it's not food safe though. And it's like, oh boy, oh. That sounds so scary. Like it probably looks really cool, but you know. Yeah, this not being countersink, it's not even like quite long enough. Yeah. I think we just give up on this dream of using the standoffs. Unless I could use like a longer standoff, perhaps. I'm using the standoffs because I don't have foam. I'm trying to build it as they intended. But you're right, I don't need the standoffs. Technically. So I suppose we take them off. What's the verdict so far? Yeah, no, that's what the standoffs are for. Exactly. Because they don't give you a plate fork. Hi, Cloudy. I saw your message earlier. Did I not say hi? Sorry if I missed it. How's school? Nihama. I'm okay. You're drunk. Oh my god. Get off Twitch right now. Is this as beginner friendly as Bellatrix intends for it to be? No, I would not say so. Okay, I tried using a longer standoff and now it got stuck. No. No. Okay, I'll have to bring that up with them. Cloudy, it's not that I don't want you here, it's just, you know, when you're drunk, you might say stuff and then you don't want to say anything you'd regret. You feel me? Oh god, I got it. I'm Hermondolo. What did you just call me? Oh god. I'm trying to take the standoffs off now so they don't interrupt with anything. Speaking of harem, or haram, or whatever you were trying to say, do you guys know that that meme gorilla? You guys know Harambe? He passed away. Sorry. Or whatever that. Oh, really? Why did I see all these freaking TikTok videos of him passing away? Okay, I'm just being trolled then. So you're saying he wasn't alive this whole time? I see. Oh, it's the anniversary. Oh, okay, I see. I get it now. I mean, I didn't really understand that meme, so I was just like, oh, sad. I kind of remember that. And then moved on. And then I saw the word, and it kind of reminded me of that. So, sorry. Can't be gaslit by TikTok if you don't use it. True, actually. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this. Ooh. I use TikTok to post like all my ceramic progress. Reddit. I feel like I could... Do I want to add it to socials? No, it's fine. I feel like anyone who wanted to watch the vlogs would have already followed. Plus, I think if I add the link, it will split it into 2 messages. Wait, what, my stuff? Or different? Oh, I have a separate thing where it's like no keyboard related ones. It's literally just me vlogging random shit. I try to keep like my YouTube stuff just keyboard only. I tried doing gaming and it wasn't very well received, so I got discouraged. Frank the Third. Oh no, you're good. Yeah, my vlogs. Frank, you were born first. Why do you have to change it? First come. I almost said first come, first serve. But I guess that context is technically correct, right? He was here earlier. Oh, there's Frank the Third. Oh, good thing you showed up. I was about to yell your name. Do you guys like corn dogs or hot dogs more? You can't say neither. Just pick one. Or don't answer. Don't be that guy. I prefer hot dogs. Good corn dog is fucking good. Put a corn dog in a bun. Today we got corn dogs at a Cajun restaurant, and my sister was like, "I love corn dogs," and I was like, "Bleh, I hate corn dogs." Norwegian hot dogs? No. What is that? How does that work? Is it bad as... It's not like... Oh. Have you guys seen that video where this... It's like this British video where they make mashed potatoes from Pringle chips? Like, instead of using actual potatoes, they just boil Pringle chips. I'm kind of scared to press this. I'm pressing it. Oh. I mean, but that just kind of looks like you ran out of hot dog buns and you already made the dog, so you gotta full send it. Are they not allowed to eat bread or? Who's Norwegian in chat? We must confirm. I mean, it doesn't look like bad. Like it still looks edible. IMO. I mean, it's definitely not a conventional hot dog, but it's not something I'd be like, that's fucking disgusting. Cause it still works technically. Like, that's like yeah, like a struggle meal I could like see myself eating. I'm trying to think of some like food combination that I'd be like, yeah, that's vile. And the first thing that comes to mind is natto. You know, I've had natto and I think it's fucking disgusting. And I went to Japan and I was like, surely the natto here will be good because, you know. And no, it was still disgusting. Natto is definitely an acquired taste. I don't know. It's not like stinky tofu or like durian. It tastes bad to me too. Yeah, what if that tortilla is like complements the hot dog very well? Would you guys eat Pringled mashed potatoes? Like instead of buying potatoes, you just boil Pringles. Yeah, that's a British food. Oxy's like, wait a minute. No, it's fucking not. See, there it is. No, it's not. He got so defensive so fast. Top secret ingredient, yeah. Do you think chefs actually spit into people's foods? That's vile. No, we're thinking about Drew. We'd all be happier if we just don't think about certain things, right? Craving some dumplings. Hold on. Can you make me a sandwich, please? PBJ, thank you. Okay. Foot lettuce. What the frick is a foot lettuce? Okay, don't. I can visualize it, but. Oh, okay. Hmm. I mean, then again, I eat Taco Bell, so. Can I really, like, be picky when it comes to food? Taco Bell's not bad, but let's just say the meat is definitely questionable. Oh, I used to live off of Wendy's Chili's, and that's like the Chili's. That's like they found a human finger and like rats in Wendy's Chili's. So like, like, I think someone once told me Taco Bell meat is like a grade above dog food meat, or something like that. Okay, guys. So now we have the PC plate with. This is silica gel mount. I've never had a Taco Bell cantina. That's like the bougier version. There's also or like they serve alcohol. I just know there's a fancy Taco Bell. I've never had it. Okay, so this one is PC plate and we're doing the silica gel mount. My water bottle? This one? Yeah, the PC does look really nice. Also, I think it feels very pleasant. I think sometimes PC plates can sound a bit like plasticky, but this one sounded very pleasant. Hi Kiwi, how you doing? Can I get a shout out for Kiwi? Okay, we're gonna swap it. Hello. Oh. Cap handle? Yeah, so what you can do is you can boop, boop. There's a straw. Put it back on. Perfect. I'm doing good. We're just building. Are you feeling better? You guys, Connor to make me 2. Wow. Look at that. An actual link. What, to fit on the tab? Purposely done. Like, it's one of their selling points. I'm okay, I just have a gnarly cough still, unfortunately. No. I hope you feel better. Okay, I will do the... That sounds like a freaking... You need to reach a certain word count, so you just bullshit. Kiwi, have you heard of a makeup brand called, what is it called? I forget. It's a French name. I did get stun locked. I'm trying to remember the name, but I have no connection. Hello? Did my internet die? Oh yes, Ritual Defeat, yes. Thank you. Wow. Have you heard of that before? Yeah, it has like very witchy vibes. Oh, and you know my sister's Labubu pop-up? There's this like really big cosplayer that showed up. She's her name's like Meg something. But she's a cosplayer. Sorry, I don't remember her name. I actually don't know who she is, but apparently she showed up and bought my sister's secret Labubu, the big into energy. She has like 600K something on Instagram. Meg Turney? Maybe. Well, they're going for like 500 something dollars. Kind of crazy. Oh, yeah, it's her. Yes. Yep. They stopped. Pop Mart stopped stocking them because people couldn't behave. I mean, manufacturers are still making them, but Pop Mart is not stocking them at the moment. Another thing that's like getting popular is the crybabies. I don't know if you've seen those. Those are like even harder to get than Labubus right now. No, those are Sunny Angels. Crybabies are, they got a big head and big tears. Yes. Yeah, Sunny Angels are very popular as well. I think the only one I kind of like is Smiskies. Everything else I'm kind of like, eh. Those are really popular. Yeah, I like Smiskies. I also will buy blind boxes if they have like a Shiba Inu variant. Oh god. Oh. I think because they remind me of the Spirit Away, the Kokodamas, the forest spirits. Yeah, they are. Yep. So I'm affiliated with Keeps and they sent it out to me. So I'm showcasing them today. Thank you, Keeps. Oh, sorry, not Spirit Away. Princess, sorry. Sorry, brain fart. Hey, where did all my rubber bands? They're right here. Oh, have you? Thank you so much for using my code. Nice. What is your next keyboard build, Kiwi? Also, I'm debating if I want to go to TwitchCon again as part of Artist Alley. It's a lot of work. That's the only reason I'm kind of like, do I want to do it again? These are cute. Okay, chat. This next one is this one is not elastic bar. This one is what the? Where did I put it? Am I blind? Don't answer that. That's right here. Split O-ring. Okay, this one is split O-ring PC plate. Alright, split O-ring PC plate. So I will say, aside from top mount, I'd say this one actually has one of the harsher typing feedbacks. Like, I get fatigued for sure whenever I'm typing on this. Okay. Alright. Last one we're doing is the elastic bar. I'm not gonna do top mount. I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I don't have it in me. Hope that's okay. Yeah, I think in terms of, well, I guess I'll give you guys my rankings, but I do think top mount is gonna have the hardest typing feedback, and then probably the split O-ring. I think softer would probably be like Silica Gel or Elastic Bar. Also, my friend got me a lid to try and help with lighting for keyboard builds. I'll have to find cable long enough to connect to it. Cool. If you need any help, just let me know too. Oh god. Yeah, of course. No, NC would get so annoyed with TwitchCon people. I feel like every year I'm like, I'm not doing it again. And then every year I go back again. Oops, I forgot to take these off. Oops. Oh my goodness. That probably might have affected how it felt. Sorry guys, I'm making a lot of mistakes. I think I'm just super low blood sugar. I'm like typing slower. I've been waiting on it. I thought about eating a gusher packet, but I didn't want to like spike my levels like that. Well, that would still spike my levels pretty badly. PB&J will also spike me, but it's not as bad as like, you know, fruit waffle. I feel bad because like Thomas messages me like how Vin messages me, except most of the time I just ignore Thomas, and at least Vin I'll respond to like 80% of the time. My dad is like so happy my mom's home. Yeah, Vin sent me this like freaking Japanese rainbow water candy. I'm like, Vin, that's just water and sugar. Holy cow. Okay, so this one is the elastic bar. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, this is elastic bar mounting with the PC plate. Oh yeah, this is supposed to be a knob, but I took it off. Okay, that is all the sound tests we're gonna do. But before we really get into, it always feels like a marathon. Before we get into like talking about the keyboard, let's actually look at what we can do with the screen. So F and delete turns it off. You could do the different modes. Lion! Little doggy. Caution sign. So that's that. Let's see. F and enter. And enter. F and right shift delete. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Neon grid. Oops. Oh my gosh. What is it? Oh, sorry. Oh. I'm trying to go to... Okay. Okay, I want to go to... I want to go to the other screen. And enter. Enter into subpage. Mechanical age. How do I select it? Or perhaps it has already been selected. Okay, no. Oh, okay, so you could change how it looks. Okay, so you can change the overall theme. Emotional moment. Oh, cool. So it looks like you have 3 different themes, so you can change it. So I'll stick with this one. So you can turn off the tracking. Okay, so the dog is not as responsive, but it looks like the dog... Oh, oh my god, you guys can't even see it. It's a doggy. You see the doggy? Sorry. So there's like the doggy. There's also like... This is a lion. And there's just like a doggy. Okay, so aside from the screen, you can also change it from Windows to Mac. Because you could do wireless. I don't think you can change... Well, let me see. Huh? Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay, so I want to pick this one. And then I want to... Words per minute? Okay. Or it's not doing anything. Oh, so it looks like there's different modes here as well. I don't know how to change it back. I reset it. So looks like, okay, so this is your caps lock indicator, this first screen, this first square, you see it's turning on and off. So this is not an indicator, but it looks like you could change the color for this one. The second one is to tell you if you're wired or not. This next one is to tell you which layer. And then this one, I'm guessing it's like if you're Windows or Mac, but let me see. FNQ. Nope. Let's see. Oh, you have to hold it. Okay. FNW. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now we're on Mac. And now we're on Windows. Okay, so I'll show you guys up top. But this first square basically is your caps lock indicator. The second one is if you're wireless or if you're wired. This one, I'm assuming, is your layer key. And then this one will tell you if you're Windows or Mac. And then I don't know how we were doing the letters that we're following. What would we call that? See, now it's not doing it anymore, but I don't know like how I turned it off. Okay, let's see. Bluetooth wireless operation, lightning control, lightning test? No. Charging indicator, caps lock indicator, wireless mode. It might be a mode I need to find. Yeah, I don't know how to enable it anymore. Okay, so this is just going to show you everything you want to see. Okay, so I want this one. Okay, yeah, I don't know how to turn it back on. Charging indicator, lightning test, indicator switch, reset, 6 key, 1 key. Okay, yeah. So you can input your own screen, but you have to... Okay, so let me show you guys this real quick. So if you look here, so this is a step better, because before they were making you download their own like proprietary software, but it looks like now it's just a web page that you can access, which is pretty good. Here, oh, so here you can just like you don't have to do it via the screen, and then you can like pick the color you want. So like if I wanted like navy and I wanted to do like a yellow. Update time, update weather. Oh, oh, no. Checked flip screens. How do I change my screen? Background color, this is correct. So here we're changing the different screens. This is what I want. Update time, 2:37. Oh yeah, so automatically updates. You can reset the screen. It's still not doing the typing thing. I don't know. It's hacked. Oh, so this is like the control. Okay. Tools. So this is how you would reboot your or remap your keys if you need it. RGB lighting, can also do it here. Oh, so you could do the per key or you could do the bottom, so the underglow. Yeah. So they have this and this. I didn't see the typing thing. Yeah, please upgrade. Okay. Let me look on the right. Oh, I got flash paint. Oh god. Here. So this is what I see. So here you can pick which configuration you have. So if you have the screen and knob, which is what I have, or if you just do the screen, or if you just do the knob, or if you do the key. So, oh, I'll show you what I pressed. So here, yeah. So the knob provides you with 3 inputs. So you can do volume up or volume down, volume up, or whenever you press it, a mute key. Here you could do all your different like macro layers or your layers. Mouse keys, any keys. RGB lighting, bottom lighting. So the screen looks like you still can't just like upload it in here. Macro and then the tools. Yeah, this is language, I'm guessing. Let me pull up their guide to see if it is in here. Software. Okay. Okay, so you still have to download their app. It's on iOS now, thankfully, but if you want to upload your own image, you do have to download their app, which is still kind of annoying, but that's how it's been for a while. But anyways, I'll figure out the whole like typing following thing. I'll figure it out after the stream. Use control. Oh, screen character display on or off. So FN right shift delete. Oh, there it goes. Oh, so you can pick the color of the font in the background, but you can't pick the font. So it is a bit unfortunate. let me see. I bet you can hack her. So for example, I can do like a pink. Like this is my pink. And then here, it looks purple. Okay, that looks purple. But yeah, so you can change it if you would like. But if you're like, I don't want that, then you can just turn it off. And now it's off. Cool. Alright, so we've figured out all of that. But yeah, let's talk about the board. So this is the ZoomTKL DYNA. This is their second in line after the Tiga, but inspired by Ultraman. It is an F13 TKL, and it looks like it will only be... Let's see. I don't see a Win key or a Win keyless version. It looks like it's just Win key from what I see. So there are not like multiple layouts, right? So here is the top of, here's the front of the board. So there is per key, there's also underglow. You have a screen and then you have a knob. So you can do all four combinations. So you can do screen and knob, you can do just a screen and a key, or you can do just the knob and a key, or you can just do keys. Like you don't have to add these. These are all modular. But they've made it so you don't have to pick like one or the other. I do think that's a nice change. Because before on like their Zoom boards, it's like you could only have a screen, you could only have a key, you could only have a knob. But the way that they've implemented this is now that you can have multiple variations if you wanted, in the sense of like you have a screen and a knob, or you could have just a screen and a key, right? So that is a good change. You do have this what is it? Sorry. You do have like these lights right here that kind of look like indicators, but I wonder if the indicators change if you don't have like the screen. I'm not sure, but you do have like the LEDs right here. You can see the sides have like the thinner bezel, and there's a nice cherry lip. This typing angle, what is it? What is this typing angle? It felt a bit high to me, but let me just make sure I get it correct. They didn't put the typing angle. For some people, typing angle is kind of like a no-go. Maybe it's on here. They did not. Anyways, so what's Ultraman? Yeah, it's actually going to be found like on the back, but here there is a knob, but I took it off because it was getting in the way. But this does come with like a knob that you can put right here. So that's the front of the board. There's no alternative layouts, it's just one layout. Here you have the sides. So here's where you can see the underglow. So this is really nice. So it's like a light grill. So in the event, you know, you're gaming late at night, you know, you don't want to turn on the lights, your keyboard will light up, not only in the front, but also at the bottom, right? This top part, you can see this underglow, and as you can see, it's like pretty bright. You can change the color of it as you want, but aside from seeing this pretty simple side profile, and then you have the back. Okay, so this is where the diamond pattern, grill, lightning, right? So this is where the Ultraman aspects will come in, right? So the goal that they were trying to achieve was like futuristic aesthetics. It does follow like the Tiga's grill. I have the Tiga somewhere. I don't know where, but it's a little different. Before you could remove it and change it out, but this time this grill is going to be screwed down and the screws are hidden underneath the Melitric feet. Haven't they done what before? This? They have. The Tiga is also inspired by Ultraman, so I think the designer just really likes Ultraman and is trying to release a entire line based off of Ultraman, which is fine. I think that's completely fine, especially for those who like this aesthetic, right? But yeah, so you kind of have like a contrast here, and it also kind of feels like almost like a spaceship, futuristics with these like lights. It kind of feels like a landing strip almost. But anyways, so you have like the grills right here, but then you have these like diamond cross sections, but then you have a smooth, texture right here. So there's lots of different textures and designs going on, right? So they're calling this one Dynamic Light Warrior Effect, right? It's meant to be like in low lighting, you have like more illumination. So for example, like my dad would like something like this because it's very bright. But that's the back. You're not meant to take this off. And USB port side is right here. The keys are changing color. I don't know why. And then here you have the USB port. So here you can see the strips again. The USB port, they're gonna make this more center, and that's one of the changes from the production to the content unit or the pre-production units we have, because if you look at this one, this is actually too thick, right? So my cable actually does not fit because it's more up top. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's not like quite centered, right? If it's centered in the sense of like in the middle, but if you look at the square that the US or the rectangle the USB is, it's higher towards the top. So they're going to be centering that. So if you have like a fat cable like I do, right, it will fit. So that is a change that they're going to be making. And then here you have the front lip, right? So this keyboard is wireless. So the TLDR or the main points of this board is, or I guess their main selling point is it has 8K polling rate for the PCB, which they were hoping, it would be better for like FPS gamers, and they also plan on doing a magnetic or HE switch compatibility soon. But DYNA has the 8K polling rate, which is one of the selling points. It has 4 mounting points or 4 mounting systems. So top mount, split O-ring mount, elastic bar, silicone mounting, so basically like a gasket, and then a silica gel particle, which is like a dumbbell gasket, right? Stop. There are 15 colorways, right? So you have 3 new colors, but all 15 colors are forest green, gunmetal gray, eggplant purple, which is a new color, ink green, aquamarine, e-white, anodized black, anodized lavender, strawberry ice cream, GT silver, scarlet red, bar voice, that's a new color, frosted clear, which is also a new color, sky blue, and milky green. So I have the sky blue. Sponsored stream, by the way. I didn't really talk too much about it because I didn't use any in the build, but there are three foam options, including their cork foam option, but I didn't use it. But But yeah, so 15 colorways, 4 mounting styles. You do have 3 foam options. You have pour-on foam, classic foam, and a cork foam, right? Oh, I see. Looks like the scoop buy will start June 3rd. So in terms of like, oh yes, they were. They were indeed. In terms of aesthetic, they tried to go for like the rounded corners that we can see here. They tried to go for like the more symmetrical look for the bottom row, so the 7U. But it looks like you can also split the spacebar from what I saw. And then another big change is that they changed their modular. So instead of locking you into one, you can have different options. So you can have 4 different options and you can mix them if you want. So that is really good. Ooh, my sandwich. Hold on. I know, right? I've not mentioned price because I haven't seen it. Let me see. Looks like it starts at 185 and goes up to 230. Oh yeah, it's because I have a loaf of bread I need to finish. If I don't pound PB&J sandwiches, the loaf of bread will go bad. Just freeze the bread. It's not the same. Ooh, okay, sorry. I really had to eat. Yeah, I was blinking red. Okay, so there's a couple of things to really keep in mind. So I'll show you guys real quick. I know. Okay, so first of all is that this board does use ball catch, right? The screen uses a combination of pogo pins and also a ribbon cable, whereas the main keyboard uses a ribbon cable, and that's because of the 8K polling rate. It reduces the latency. In terms of mounting, okay, so we have all of these, the 4 mountings. So I would say if you're trying to go for like softest feel, it would be elastic bar and then silica gel and then split O-ring and then top mount. Okay. If you're asking which ones go on the plate versus like the PCB, so silica gel top mount will go on the plate, whereas elastic bar and split O-ring, elastic bar goes on the PCB, split O-ring goes on the mix of like the case and the PCB. Oh, really? Also, a thing that they have incorporated is they've incorporated this hot swap rotary encoder. It does stay in place on the plate, but it is a little awkward when you have the knob on it, and I'll kind of go more into like my critiques afterwards. But yeah, so the screen does use like a mix of the cable and of the pogo pin. The actual screen itself uses the pogo pins, but then in order to connect it to like the PCB, right, it's right here. You can see instead of like putting it right here, they've made this separate into like a ribbon cable. So they've cut out this groove so that the pogo pins will go through right there and land on this. And to kind of keep this in place, they've incorporated this like silicone bed, right? Um, let's see. Am I missing anything? So there are, for finishes, there's acoustic. So it's an electric static spray. There's anodized and there's electrophoresis. So mine is acoustic. They also have a C sandblasting. So they have all kinds of finishes for this one, right? Yeah, he's meowing. He's hungry because Connor came in. So more things to know on like the case is that ball catch, here you have diffuser pieces on the front LEDs. You also have it on the back landing strips, okay? They are changing this cover for the internal weight. They're also changing the USB port height, or they're centering it. Let's see. There's a couple more things that they're changing, but we weren't too affected. Oh, they are adding basically a force brake to 6 spots, so 3 on the front, 3 on the bottom. So we already have these on the case, but they're adding more to kind of accommodate for that. And then looks like the knob decoration has been optimized with additional position columns to the PCB and plate knobs. So the knob thing that I ran into, they are going to fix that apparently. And then they're also changing the inner packaging for the package. For the battery, let's see. Battery. Yeah, so it's 4,000 times 2. So yeah. But we can look at the IC page. So this is their IC page. It will start June 3rd and run until June 17th, deliver in August. Here they have like all the benefits if you decide to enter. So they give more bonuses if you buy early. Here they talk about like the design. So the back retains the Taiga series, right? And then one of the newer changes is like, yeah, the strips, and then also the modular thing, but more modular. So as you can see right here, it has like the smooth edges that we talked about, no sharp corners, also has the cherry lip. So here, yeah, they upgraded this. I think this is one of the better changes that they've made. I do really like this change. However, I will say right now the ball catch and assembling this was a bit difficult, the knob, but they said they are changing it, so that's good. Here they kind of go into why they use a ribbon cable instead of like a pogo pin, and it's to ensure a better gaming experience in FPS games. And then they are also launching a magnetic switch edition later on. Yeah, so here they talk about you can do full keys, knob plus 2 keys, screen, single key, or you can do screen or knob. The mounting systems they talked about. They talk about the 3 foam options. That's one thing I didn't go into in my build because I didn't use foam. But you have the pour-on foam, the classic foam, and the cork sandwich, right? So right here are the colorways, and they mention like how it's finished. So you have the AccuStatic, which is what mine is. So I have the sky blue, right? And then they'll tell you the finishes for the top, the bottom, the external weight, and the knob, right? A couple different finishes: AccuStatic, anodized, electrophoresis, anodized with gold chamfer, anodized with silver chamfer, and CNC sandblasting anti-fingerprints. So like a PC version. So they do have a PC version if you guys are interested. So it's right here, you can see it. But yeah, 15 colors with the introduction of 3 new ones. So eggplant purple, this Arvoise, and then what was the last one? The PC. Yeah, the frosted clear, which is this one. Here you can see everything, the layout. You can split the caps. You can do step to regular caps. You can split the left and right shift. You do ISO, you can split the backspace. And then yeah, so I mentioned this earlier, but you can split the spacebar. And they decided to go for just one set bottom row except for the spacebar. And their biggest thing is that they wanted symmetry with that. Here are the starting prices for everything. So starting price, it's going to be $185. You get to pick 4 plates: PC, POM, FR4, and alu. However, you can get carbon fiber and other plates as a separate add-on, right? So whenever you're picking, you have to think about what kind of external weight you want, what color you want, what foam you want, and which plate you want, right? And then you can see it gets like more expensive. And then here are like the other plates you can get. So you can get carbon fiber and brass, right? So carbon fiber and brass are not included with the board that you buy. If you want it, you have to purchase it separately. You can't pick it as one of your options. You can buy the foams like separately, and there is a 1.2 or 1.6 flex cut PCB. Knob comes with 4 colors. External weight, you have 2 choices of alu or stainless steel. There are different collabs coming out, and then they're also doing switches that come with it, but they didn't send me any of these. So here is all the product information in case you want it or you're looking for it. But yeah, so mine is this one, sky blue. And then here are all the vendors. So if you're US, it's going to be Canon keys, DYNA keys, who's CC? Who's MK? Am I like blinking right now? Either way, there's a lot of vendors, so yeah, could be. Uh, it's almost time. It's almost time. So I'm gonna talk about the pros and cons and my thoughts on the board. So I mentioned this earlier, but I guess what I'm gathering from this is their target audience is to basically target like gamers or FPS gamers, right? Not necessarily, you know, veterans or beginners of boards or keyboard building, but I'd say their biggest target audience at the moment are, you know, people who play FPS games, because they decided to make a very big sacrifice in terms of build quality of life by incorporating a ribbon cable with a board that, you know, has a lot of design languages for a more like easy to take apart board. So I'm assuming their major target audience is to hit the gamers. I'm assuming it'd be like FPS gamers who kind of have like some idea of like building keyboards. Would I say this is a beginner friendly board? I'd say if I was a beginner and I had to build this, this would definitely teach me a lot. I wouldn't say it's like difficult to build, but it was definitely, you know, it was harder than what I would expect a quote unquote like beginner board to be. There's not necessarily a bad thing, but there's just a lot of things that they included in the board that didn't make it an easy build or a straightforward build, because people are going to struggle with the ribbon cable, even if you've built like many boards. I think their biggest like quote unquote mishap would be incorporating top mount with ball catch. I think there were 3 routes they could have gone with that. They either get rid of top mount, they incorporate it as a bottom mount, or they just didn't do ball catch and just did the case screws. But I'm assuming they didn't do the case screws because it wouldn't look as clean. Because check that out. So I'd say their biggest fault would be doing top mount with the ball catch. I'd say this board is not beginner friendly, but it definitely takes a bit more finagling than others to assemble it, which is, I don't want to say misleading, but you know, the ball catch makes it easy to assemble and disassemble. However, with the ribbon cable being in place, it's not as simple as just like boop boop. Like you still have to be careful. It's the same as like a JST cable. You just have to be very aware of it. They offer all these like different mounting styles and they've incorporated it, but it's one of those things where like, are they trying to target like people who don't really know what they want, or are they trying to target people who know what they want, right? By adding all these different mounting styles, you do open the door to like more options, but I feel like it can either be a good or a bad thing. It's just depending on like how you would take it. The aesthetic is very different from the QK80 M2. I actually think this one looks cleaner than the QK80 M2, but there's pros and cons. I think one of my biggest gripes is the screen and having to download an app to import it. So they've already changed it, so you no longer have to download an external app to remap it. Like it's now a web browser, but unlike QK, you still have to download their app. And before, their screen, it was only available on Android. So if you only had an Apple phone, you couldn't change your screen. You literally have to find someone with an Android app, or you know, you'd have to like you'd have to find a workaround with it. So that is one of my like biggest complaints is the screen is limited and you can't change it as easily as you'd want to. Like you would have to download an app and then change it, right? Aesthetically, I think this does look better. It's not as like complicated as like the QK80. There's not as much going on, but I'll say the good things about the board is I do like that they made this like completely modular. You're no longer stuck with just one choice. The board aesthetic itself, I do like how the top piece looks. The bottom case, I'm kind of like whatever with the grill, but it's not as like flashy as like the Tika, which some people like. So it just really depends. Like with these types of boards, it's really like whatever aesthetic you find appealing. But I do like these, you know, strips. I think that's a very clever thing to incorporate. So the things they did good is the modular corner, the light strips, right? Things that I think they kind of fell short on, top mount with ball catch, and also not really knowing like which of their target audience are trying to go after by incorporating like the ribbon cables, pogo pins, and just like things that would make it a little bit more complicated when it comes to building. But yeah. Did I like this board? This is one of the boards where I probably wouldn't experiment on personally. I'll probably just keep it one mounting style and leave it at that because it's a pain in the ass to like change, right? But like someone said earlier that, you know, some people will be like that. They'll know what mounting style they want, they'll pick it and they won't open it ever again, right? Like there aren't very many people, or I'd say there aren't very many people, but we don't know like how many people will be like continuously opening it up. And obviously as a builder and me like rebuilding it a bunch of times, like of course it got very tedious, but not everyone is going to do that, right? There's just things here and there that kind of made the build feel like a little not polished, but at the same time, you know, this board I would say is not omega expensive. Like what starting price is, what did I say? Starting price was 185. You still have a lot of choices with it, and that is the other thing, right? So whenever you're buying it, you just have to be aware of like the PCB if you want flex cuts or non-flex cuts. Also, not all the plates are available as like a group by choice. Like for example, like brass or carbon fiber, you have to buy that separate. Like you can't pick it as an initial choice. Um, they're still giving you like different weight options, right? Which is nice. Um, and then I think the coating on this is very good, personally. I think aesthetically the board is very appealing to me. I wish I could change like the screen without the app, but that's just me nitpicking. But overall, I do think the board is more my style in terms of like compared to the QK80 MK2. But I mean, both have its like pros and cons, right? But yeah, I think overall, there's things that can be improved, but it's, I'd say it's, they're kind of going in the right path. There's some things I will probably bring up with them, but they seem very like focused, or they seem very set on like changing things. So like they're already aware of like the USB or the hot swap knob, stuff like that, and like they've they've basically came up with reasonings like, oh, this is why we had to use a ribbon cable. So let's say the target audience for this board is probably like FPS gamers who kind of have some experience. That would be like the best way I'd say to describe it. Um, but yeah, sorry, I kind of went on like a ramble, but that's the build. Thank you, Malatrix, for sending it out to me. I will give them my feedback and see what they say. But yeah, that's the build. That's the build. It was a long build. I finally get to eat.